Yeah, I guess. Oh, nice. Finally. My Twitch is working. Okay. Okay, finally, yay. Let's see how long does my Twitch works. Let's see how long it's gonna work for. Let me just mute that. Okay. Alright, so let's continue with the environment. Let's go here and continue with this area right there. Oops. Got a little bit. Little panel. Okay, so let's continue with this area. I want to add some catwalks around. Yeah, let's see if we can actually do that. Hey, audio. I appreciate it. I want to add some catwalks around this thing. So I'm gonna place this in the center. and see if we can actually build some catwalks around this. Not really sure how I'm going to achieve that. But let's try it. I made this piece yesterday. And maybe we can use one of those. Okay, let's see, we got... Let's try to use this one. I'm gonna send it to 0. And I'm going to pattern, circle, radius, (90 degrees) or 180. This is gonna be tough to get this to snap properly. So what I'm going to do is see if I can find that angle here. By wrapping this up. That's kind of close. Let's try to move it just a little bit so it touches right in the center. Just gonna make sure that this is actually aligned. Okay. Wrap. Maybe 8. Okay, I think that might work. Get a modifier stack. Modifier stack, I'm not sure what do you mean by modifier stack? Let's put this back to 0 and let's use a pattern and see if we can actually close the gap. Is it minus 90? And then we're gonna see if we can stack them up, and it's not gonna close. We can do something similar here, since this is an instance. Okay, it's touching on the back, but it's too closed here. So we're gonna accept this. We're gonna close this too, delete these two. This one I wanna put it somewhere here. So we can see how much I need to actually... Oh, it has some kind of rotation. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit... Okay, I'm just gonna eyeball it and see if we can deform this again. I need it to be thicker on this area. Is it possible to make it thick again here? Maybe we need to use the lattice tool and try to yeah, this might work, but I need to be very, very careful. So let's go little by little. A little bit more. So it touches here. I think that's good. Okay, sweet. Then we're gonna do this. Relief 1. Oops. This selection. Maybe like this. That's not bad. Lattice. Let's get this one. Make sure I actually select the right thing. Let's go a little bit. I believe that's okay. Wow, nice, it's working. One more to close that gap. Oh, one less. I think that's good. Sweet. Oh, nice. Okay, we got it. We got a little intersection, but kinda cool. Can probably try to get it. And the intersection happens only in some areas. It's not everywhere. I think I think I'm happy with this. Nice. Now we got a catwalk that goes around. Just gonna merge that thing, send it to the center. Then we can keep on building. That's a huge mesh. That's a little crazy. All right, with this, now we can just move it. We don't need this one. Let's go back to the cryo chamber room. Let's unload some of this stuff. And I lost the thing. Oops. Oops, that's kind of funny. I just lost the mesh. Pretty sure I should have named it. It should not be that hard to find. I think this is it. SM cryo chamber catwalk big, something like that. Okay, Now right click, asset actions, select actors using this asset. Let's see if we can find it. And it's right there, just somewhere hidden. And I'm just going to copy this location and paste it here. I mean, it's kind of funny that I lost this absolutely huge static mesh. Nice. This is super cool because now we have catwalks. And I want, this is gonna give verticality to the room, and I want to align this thing with this thing here. Okay, now we're cooking. Light, we need more light. Lighting this room is gonna be very interesting. For now, I'm just gonna go a little bit harder with the light so we can see a little. And I want catwalks. Actually, let's go up with this, and this goes up like this, so it gives verticality. Wow, the handrails for this, oof, that's gonna be a lot of work to get them to connect properly and stuff. Oh, well, that's gonna give it that nice industrial look. Oops. Super happy with this kind of. It looks kind of funky because I lattice this, so, but it's okay. Kind of cool. Now I need to connect this here, and also we need to add the logic, so these things actually are. We need to add some structure so it holds, maybe from the top or the bottom. No, I haven't. I mean, I didn't make these assets. So I'm going to find. It's time to start grouping this a little bit. So we can find things a little bit faster. Is this the one? No, that's a boolean. Oh, that's it. That's the one. Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just putting a bunch of stuff together. I do modify some of them with the modeling tools, and I retexture some of this stuff, but I'm using a bunch of asset packs that I've been collecting through the years, and now that I'm making working on this sci-fi project, I am super happy to put all this stuff together. Okay, in this case, let's see how many we need. We want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, we need less. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. So 5.5. Let's just build this. With this and this. Five and a half. 5 of this and 1 of those. Okay. How long have I been working with Unreal? I started using Unreal in 2020 when it was Unreal 4.25. I started making 3D environments, again, like just kit bashing assets and putting stuff together for a small office during COVID, because they wanted to make these green screen backgrounds. So that's how I got into Unreal. Before that, I've been working with Maya, Blender, little bit of ZBrush, Substance Painter, and I went to school for 3D animation. So I'm a 3D generalist. I know the basics of modeling, sculpting, texturing, very basic rigging and character animation. And that's the thing. But I really liked environments, so I started making environments. I've done some stuff from scratch, like modeling every single asset. Oof, but it's a lot of work. Unless you really need something very specific, it's not really worth it to make it from scratch. Obviously, if you are in a production and there's a budget, it's amazing to have like your own assets. But for this project, I cannot really just make everything from scratch. And also, it's kind of nice to support other 3D artists. I'm actually using a couple of characters that I wanted to use, like, since I started using Unreal. No, I mean, it's totally fine. You can get very creative with using assets. I think Kitbash, it's an art of itself. It's not easy. Like, if you tell me, can you build me an environment just using megascans and make it look cohesive, like one of those professional environments that you see from Epic Games? It's not easy. You really need to have some skills to put that stuff together. To be honest, like just using megascans, making something that makes sense. Oof, that's tough. 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a 5.5. I think that's what we need. So yeah, I really like putting stuff together, combining different asset packs and make them make sense together. It is difficult. So yeah, the idea is to build like a very cool environment and make a small demo and see if I can make it run at 60. I want to achieve like very like a high detail environment and make it run at 60, make a demo, get a lot of feedback, implement that feedback, and see if I can come up with something small but polished. I always made environments for renders and non-real-time purposes, so I'm kind of like very interested in the real-time aspect of things. That's kind of like the goal of this project. Initially, I thought just making a walking simulator. I've seen other people making that, like very beautiful environments that you can just walk around, but I do want to add some mechanics to it. Oh yeah, without nanite my computer will just blow up. It's crazy. Nanite is such a powerful thing, like super impressed with nanite. I remember when I was starting in 3D as a 3D artist, I was using Maya, and one of my assignments was to look for a picture and recreate it in 3D. And I chose this corridor, like Middle Eastern corridor, with a lot of little stones everywhere. And I made every single stone. And when I showed that to my professor, he was like, dude, what the fuck you doing, man? Like, dude, that's not how it's done. You should just make a normal map or a displacement map. Like, you don't model every single stone. And now with Unreal Engine 5, you can model every single stone. It's crazy. It's way easier to make a displacement, but now we can handle like super crazy high displacement maps. Not for real time, obviously, like you want to be careful with displacement. But it's just insane the amount of detail you can add to an environment. I'm very inspired by for the Forever Winter, like the amount of detail they have in their environments. I'm like, wow, I want to achieve something like that. Oops, this was supposed to go back to this center. So I decided to make like something like, you know, people recommend to start with like a horror game because it's probably the easiest when it comes to mechanics. It's like it doesn't require that much complexity, but again, just making like a very high detail environment run at 60, that's just gonna be amazing. Yeah. That's possible. For example, I was doing some textures in Substance Designer. I was following one of these super cool sci-fi panel tutorial from ArtStation Learning, and I tried to bring it into Unreal and make it a actual mesh from displacement, and it's totally possible, but oof, the amount of polygons that it has is just insane. Again, like if in a level that is just kind of like a tunnel, it might work if you simplify it with the simplifying tools. Okay, let's go pattern 10 radius, and let's rotate this here. Without snapping. Let's see if we can find that sweet spot. Oof, it's so snappy. Oh, that's good. $53.2. Six, 7, there you go. Then we're gonna move it here. Radius a little bit more. 50. But I mean, like, what about the puzzle? I would like to add some puzzles, nothing too crazy. I think that's very cool. You said sci-fi horror is the easiest, but what about the puzzle mechanics? I made one. I made one. If you want to see a high detail nanite environment running at 60, run a bunch of other shit on the screen. That's awesome. Yeah, I have a Discord. I would love to see, for sure. I would love to see. I got an art station with some other stuff also I would like to share. But with world partition and data layers, it's awesome. Like, I'm just mind blown. Like, data layers, this is it. This is it. You just load what you need. You open a door, you unload everything behind, and you load everything in front. I mean, just the room in front of you. And that's how I'm going to get around performance. What about the puzzle mechanics? I think puzzles require some... Definitely, it's not easy to make puzzles, but I would like to have some puzzles for sure. Nothing too crazy. But that's a good idea. And I don't mean like, you know, a sci-fi horror is the easiest. I'm just mean like horror games usually require less blueprinting, less coding. Well, I'm not a coder by any chance. I can barely make an elevator blueprint, but why do we have multiple heights? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, this is not okay. Oops, we need to cut a little bit here. Let's see, let me think, how can we do this? Oh, I think I messed up a little bit here. It's okay, I'm going to just going to go with it a little bit. I'm not going to go deep into details for now, so I can like really try to get the main idea for the room. To move a project from 5.5 to 5.6, I believe that you need to launch the version of Unreal you want, and after you launch it, you can choose the project that you want to open in that version, and it will convert it to that version. But it's also good to make a copy for sure. Always make a copy. I love that they changed the thing where, you know, for example, you want to add an asset that is not compatible with the latest version, and now you don't need to install the previous version. You can just kind of like tell it, oh, this is a 5.4 version, push it into 5.6. That's awesome, because before you needed to download previous versions of Unreal. That was such a pain, especially for just static meshes and like models. It just doesn't make too much sense. Okay, let's get this thing here. I'm not sure if that's how you do it, but I think I did it like that last time. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about snapping this perfectly. Just wanna get the feeling for this room. We can cut that out. We can cut that out a little later. Now I want to see how we can add structure to this, and how can we add actual oops. Don't forget to activate the data layer that you're working on, because if not, that's happens to me every day. Oh my god. The problem with this room is that we have glass, water, and a lot of stuff. So it's, oof, getting some frame drops. That's a small catwalk. Nice, it worked. What is this room all about? Okay, so this building that I'm working on is a energy facility that goes into a research lab that goes into this cryo chamber kind of room. So the story is a little bit all over the place, but the idea behind this area is that humans are experimenting with these alien creatures, which are actually friendly. They are like non-hostile, and they are adding like micro implants and chips to make them into like a I'm not sure if that's the right word, like a bioweapon, So they want to use these creatures as soldiers, and the experiment got out of control, and these creatures are breaking out from their from the lab, and they're just making a mess. So actually you get a mission to come here and destroy the facility to help the this alien race. So at the end, I'm making this I'm making the like these humans the villains, the bad guys. That's kind of like a little bit the idea behind it. Any mechanics inside this room? Not yet. Just we got an elevator that goes down, and then I got some water here. But besides that, there's no mechanics. I do have some enemies and stuff, and I'm thinking what these bubbles look deadly. So yeah, I'm waiting for. I'm using the RPG engine, which is a very awesome template that I've been working with for a couple of months now, and we're getting a new update soon, which is gonna implement chaos destruction. So I will be able to shoot stuff and break it, and I want to also make the environment very interactive. That's something I really enjoy in games. Be able to break stuff and really interact with the environment. So I believe the idea in this room might be to defeat some enemies and just blow this place up. So I will need to install some explosives, and then maybe we can have like a countdown, and we need to run from the building. Maybe one of these huge crab characters breaks out, and you need to run away from it. Chase, like a chase scene. I like those. But yeah, I'm kind of like building the idea. Not very sure. Okay, so let's think about structure and how is actually the player going to go up there. Okay, we're gonna make another level like this. We also have ladders and stuff like that. And I wanna see if we can make it go up. This reminds me so much the Infiltrator demo from Epic Games. That environment is so nice. I actually extracted my favorite room from the Infiltrator demo, and I would really like to expand it and work on it to have it in another area. Let's see how can we go up here. We got some catwalks. let's see. Why not adding puzzles to open the ladder in a Tomb Raider style? That sounds very nice. Yeah, it would be very cool too. To make it so you need to activate these things. Let's see if I can find the right rotation for this. Yeah, one game that I really enjoyed when I was younger, it was Zelda 4 Swords for GameCube. You needed to connect your Game Boy Advance to the GameCube, and then you played with like 4 links, and there was like a bunch of puzzles around. That's kind of cool. The cool thing about this template I'm using is also a co-op, so I made the integration with the Steam sessions and I tested it. The problem is that not everything is replicated on this level, so I will need to test it out. I think it's not gonna be a big issue. For example, the doors are replicated. I think the only thing that I'm missing is the elevator. That's gonna be a little funny, because if it's not replicated, you will just see the other player go into a wall and then disappear, I think. Let's add another light just so we can see. Then we can light this up with proper practical lights. Okay, here we do need some structure. This is too small. We need to add something here. There's also crafting in this template. There's a lot of mechanics. I kind of need to like go through the template level and just see what mechanics can I use. There's lock doors that require a key. There's doors with a code. There is there's also a kind of like toxic gas that you can like wear a mask to avoid. So there's a lot of cool stuff that's kind of like the goal, kind of like see what can I implement? How many mechanics can I implement from the template? And how can I modify them to fit the idea? Okay, this is not the sweetest connection. I think it makes more sense to kind of like align it to this straight line and kind of like intersect in the other side. Kind of. Good thing this environment is gonna be a little dark. Anyways, like if you play the Forever Winter, like you will see intersection, you will see little things like intersecting, like it's just common in video games. But the overall picture is just so nice. It's so nice. There's also a construction system coming, so that's very cool. Okay. Oh, we got some funky stuff going on here. Okay, we can get to this floor. Nice. Can probably keep building up from this as well. Ooh. I woke up super early today, which is good because I've been going to bed very late, but I feel a little my eyes are a little heavy. Okay, I guess we need another piece. Is this the same playlist? Nice. Okay, let's. Okay, nice. We can always just push this a little up. something like that. Let's copy that height. Also here. Yeah, I would like to cut it here. We can do a boolean actually. Maybe not. Maybe it's gonna leave us with a bunch of bad topology. Look at this. Okay, we can have this stair. Radially duplicated as well. Wow, this is a huge area. The lighting seems baked and static. How will you enable dynamic lighting while maintaining high FPS in such an enclosed vertical environment? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I'm going to achieve that. These lights that you see now are just I call them like building lights, just for me to able to see. But yeah, lighting this room is gonna be a challenge for sure. It's gonna be a big challenge. I'll try to approach this by adding practical lights, meaning that real fluorescent lights existing in the scene. I'll try to start with my practical lights to make sense of the source of light, and then just add lights where I need to as filler lights, trying to use them as little as possible and see how things start looking. But yeah, this is gonna be a challenge for sure, making this look interesting. Yeah, lighting is gonna be a big deal for this whole environment that I'm making. I'm actually super happy because I've never made such a big interior area. I always work like I've made smaller interior areas, but this is probably the most kind of like dense environment I ever worked in. Really pushing the amount of detail. This is where things start to actually come to life, when you add structure to things. And this is what is gonna give it that industrial feeling. Let's add another light just so I can see. And lighting is something that you need to actually think about right from the beginning. Like, it's not something that you are like, oh, I'm just gonna do it at the end. It kind of like, you kind of need to plan for it. So I think that I'm gonna finish this staircase and see if we can actually start adding some practical lights. Again, this is just for me to be able to see what's going on. Can always go into on lead mode, but wait, is this actually well placed? Oh, I'm not moving on in world orientation. Wait. I cannot change from object to world. It's the same pivot point. Oh crap, what's going on here? Okay, anyways, let's try to copy all properties, paste all properties. Oh, now I can change, there you go. So let's send it here, and I want to move in object orientation. Oops, I don't know what's what's going on. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's not even snapped properly. So let's copy all properties, paste all properties. Now we are inside the grid, and this should snap. Usually when you work with these things, you don't want to work on an angle. You want to work on zero rotation, zero translation, and then everything goes well. But if you already placed it in the scene and you want to work with a little slight angle, which is 1.96 degrees, you need to move in object orientation. Object, there you go. Okay, now we're getting it right. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Okay, here I'm gonna go to, I'm just gonna make a little copy of this thing. I'm gonna go to modeling, model polyedit, no polygroups. Okay, so attributes, generate polygroups. We can choose face normal deviation or find quads. Let's find quads. Then we go to model polyedit and we grab this bunch of things, and then we try to snap them to the floor, and then we go accept. It's gonna modify all the other assets. It's gonna stretch our texture a little bit, but not too much. That's okay. If you have triplanar textures, you can really go crazy with that, which is awesome. But in this case, these are not triplanar. If the player character collision capture clips when ascending these stairs, how will you adjust the nav mesh and collision settings to ensure smooth traversal without physics artifacts? One way that I found how to deal with that is to create custom collisions, and let's see if I can find it. Is it this one? Control C. So you create like a ramp instead of stairs. Control C. Okay, for some reason doesn't want to show the collisions. Let me, oh, it's Alt C, sorry, not Control C, it's Alt C for collisions. Alt C, So here, you see we have these ramps. So it's not calculating each step, it's just calculating a straight ramp. This is how I've seen some people fixing this thing. I'm not sure if that's the right way to do it, but it seems to work. That way it feels like the character is just going up. For a first-person game, it's awesome because you don't see the character. First person is amazing, you just save yourself so much trouble. And in third person, it feels smooth. And I believe the character is able to stand up, yeah, on the stairs. So I believe the IK is calculating each step, but the capsule is just sliding nicely. So it kind of works in here. For example, in this case, we have complex collisions, so we're gonna have this kind of like staircase, and you feel the tuk 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 tuk, you know, like the kind of like camera going crazy, and it also is very bad for performance because we are have like a super complex collision here, so I need to rework this one for sure. I appreciate the sub. Hey Viral, how is it going? Viral Unreal Engine, that's a nice nickname. Also, this project is using the gasp animation sample, and I'm having some issues on the elevator as well. When the elevator goes up, the character squats. There's some kind of like physics or something in there. And when the elevator goes down, the character levitates, which is kind of funny. That's something I will need to figure out. Also, I was working on Unreal Engine 5.4. 5.5.4, I believe it's the latest. Yeah, 5.5.4, and when I moved to 5.6, I had some issues with the pelvis. They changed the retargeter, so I needed to deactivate the experimental state machine for my character to kind of like work properly, because every time I move the camera, the IK feet kind of like were placed in like the feet of my character changed place, and the pelvis was just kind of like dancing, kind of like tweaking, and wow, that was such a pain to find out. It's not like I solved it. I actually asked the developer of the template, like, hey, can you help me out with this? And we found out that it was the experimental state machine in the animation blueprint. The funny thing is that my AI enemies also are using the experimental state machine, and unfortunately, if I deactivate it on the AI enemies, it crashes. So not sure how I'm going to fix that one, but my enemies kind of have that kind of like tweaking motion. It's it's like the pelvis kind of like moving and trying to like find like a place to. No, I'm not sure how to explain it properly, but it looks very funny. It looks like the character is kind of dancing or something. Okay, this looks funny. Okay, let's think about structure. So this is gonna just hold here. This is gonna be we probably need to change this so it actually ends here. This looks a little bit ridiculous. This is not how anybody will build a staircase. And here we probably can add some pins in here for structure. The ones that I really want to add are the ones that are going to hold this structure. Because it will make way more sense if we have actually something holding this. Materials, catwalks. Let's change it to white, and then we're gonna change this also. Oh, do we have a duplicate? Probably. Okay. Then we're gonna change this material to white as well. Stairs. And the piece I'm looking for is this one. Oh, the content browser also got a little buggy, especially when you are docking. This is support. Okay, support. Okay, this piece is the one that is gonna make it look super awesome. So in that case, we're gonna just send it to the center of the scene by copying this location. And then we're gonna make a radial. Pattern. With rotation on -90, 180. And then we're going to find that sweet spot. This is very sensible. Oh, I missed a decimal. Okay. Maybe 8.5. Maybe 9.5. Oh, 1.75. 9. Maybe 30. 2. 31. Okay, that's good. Now let's push this up. And is okay. Now if we add a bunch of them, is this gonna change the angle? Oof, getting this angle right. It's gonna be tricky. First, I wanna try to get the amount right. I have no clue what the number could be. And the rotation. Oof, it's just 1 point. It really changes the whole thing. Okay, we're getting close. Oof, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to fit this. I'm kind of like, yeah, I should have done this before actually doing this radial thing. Yeah, messed up big time here. Oof, this is gonna be very tough. I should have just added it to the main piece. Well, for next time. Okay, I think that kind of works. Now it's just a matter of finding the magic number so this one aligns here, which is gonna be with count. That's not that bad. Yeah, well, it's not exactly. No, it's not exactly what I wanted, but kind of works. Kind of holds it somewhere here. And what happens if I go 360? That's too much, too noisy. And I do want to make it way bigger so it holds a little better. Yeah. Okay, this is something I need to take in consideration before using any instancing tool or whatever. I should probably have all the pieces together. Okay, let's get them together. That's a big mesh right there. Oh, okay, wait. No, 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 no. I think in that case, I'm gonna make a copy of this. I wanna make it a little bigger. Uh-huh. That makes way more sense, yeah. Something like this. And 1.9.5. Yeah, getting all of them here, that would be amazing, but that's not gonna be possible. Even if I added it to the main one before the radial, it's not gonna, yeah. I will end up with two of them right next to each other, so this needs to be separated. Actually, okay, yeah, let's just model X form, bake transform, not rotation, just scale. Okay. Let's delete this one. Let's find the main one. Oh, wait. Did I change? Okay, wait. Is that? I think that's the right scale. I'm just gonna check. Yeah, I believe that's okay. That's already the scaled one. Now let's try to do the pattern again and see if I can get it a little nicer this time. Xform a pattern. That's a little nicer. Not sure what the magic number will be to actually get them to fit in here. Is it like a bigger number? Or a smaller number? Might be a bigger number. with some rotation. Oof, I'm almost there. Yep, almost. To make them go closer, we need more of them. Let's add one. It really switches the whole rotation thing, so... Oh! I believe I need to add more of them. $210. Oof, I'm very close, very close. I'm almost getting that to be centered. That's gonna look so nice. I'm actually very close. We need... Let's try 2 more. Super close. 0.8. Oof. Oof. Let's oh, okay, I think I got it. It's very close. Nope, it's 0.9. Nope, 0.95. Nope, 0.99. No, it's 1.05. Oof, 1.075. 1.08. Oh, okay, I'm happy with that. Oh no, I'm missing this side, damn it. No, we're gonna find the center here. I'm not gonna add more. It's too 220 pieces is too much. I think I don't want to add more. That's almost there. I think that's good enough, to be honest. No. That's it. We can add some cables and pipes and stuff in there. It feels like proper structure. It feels like it actually holds this thing. That was that was difficult, to be honest. Now we can push this up. Don't tell me that this one has a different rotation. Oh, oh no, it's not gonna match everywhere. Oh, that's funny. Oh, wait, it might. No, I think. Oh, I think the rotation I was. No, it's not gonna match everywhere. We can just probably add a metal thing so it just holds from there, but it's okay. Okay, I wanna see how can I make this one hold a little better. No, I think that makes a little bit more sense, but it looks kind of strange. Okay. Oh crap, okay, we got these ones here. Need to get rid of those, or yeah, probably just get rid of those. I got this LOD issue where the camera goes very far away from the character. It breaks. Actually want to test something. Just wondering if I make I tried making the skeletal meshes nanite, but I was getting issues when building. Oh, it is an LOD issue. Oh no, it's not an LOD. I'm still getting this. It might be a retargeter. Yeah, retargeter issue based on camera distance. That's messed up. Just gonna double check. If I make the UEFN mannequin also nanite, wanna see if I get that issue. Still, I think I still gonna get it. Yep. Yeah, it is a real-time retargeter problem based on camera distance. Let's put it back. Okay, let's see. Okay, so structure. Let's see how can we add structure to this. Not sure about this, but oh, maybe these ones? That might work. We need to add the rotation. This might make more sense. Hey. I'm adding a bunch of structure. Okay, I see. This one goes, yeah, kind of like playing with these round shapes. Trying to find trying to make sense of the structure. Kind of hard to combine these round shapes. No, it's not Roblox. It's Unreal Engine. Not sure if it's Suno, but it is most likely AI music. Yeah, I don't wanna go through here like that. It looks kind of strange. And the problem here is that I need just a little tiny gap right there. Maybe like this one. Yeah, Suno is very nice. I actually got a very nice song that I was playing with Suno the other day. I got like a very nice track. Let's modify this. Yeah, I think Suno is getting into a lawsuit or something. Okay, so we end up with these ones here. That makes more sense. Unfortunately, we're getting an intersection here, which doesn't look very nice. But definitely it holds better. Yeah, that's good. If you're doing something very specific from concept art, that's probably the way to go. Then we can add maybe one support here. I think this might hold in real life if it is attached here. Yeah, I think it might work. Mm. Let's see, maybe. Oh, that's a. I see. Mm. I think I need something like this one. Cool. Just add one bar from second to third level to give it the look it's held up. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, as soon as I get like a functional demo, I will definitely let you guys know, and I would love to get as much feedback as possible and see if we can actually come up with a fun loop. Okay, yeah, I think just one thing that goes up and holds here might work. Let's see. This might be too much in the way. Yeah, that's the goal. I wanna see if I can if I can make a small demo. Let's push this one up. That's a big beam right there. Mm-hmm. Okay. The problem with this is that if I put it here, it really blocks the player from being able to walk in there. And this needs diagonals for sure. You won't have such a big just beam. just like that. Yeah, these round pieces here, ooh, we can always cut them up a little bit. All right, I'm going. I'm focusing on unnecessary details. Yeah, for this, I think I'm gonna add the diagonals, so it actually makes a little bit more sense. And here, I think I'm just going to put one piece like that. Just gonna scale it for now. We can get it better with the modeling tools. And here I want to add the diagonals, so it actually holds a little better. Something like this. Oh. Yeah, I think this might work way better. Yeah, I don't like stretching these ones because it really breaks the thing. Oof. But it would be nice to have diagonals as well. Oof, that looks very stretched. Let me try something. What if we make a copy of this thing? And make a mirror. That doesn't look so nice. Oh my god. Never seen a support beam like that. The other problem is that we actually need to copy this rotation. Yep, this rotation. Huh. Oh, the rotation is okay. For some reason, the mirror tool I think we need to add that rotation to the mirror tool, because the mirror tool mirrors on world location, but we need to mirror on object rotation orientation. So here now it's gonna snap. Okay, there you go. And we get this super strange piece right here. That looks very strange. But it feels better. It feels like it's actually like it holds a little better. This one is gonna be very uncomfortable. It's gonna get in the way. Yeah, I think no. I think we got enough structure. Now it does feel a little better. Definitely need to make those collisions a ramp so we don't get these issues. But it looks kind of interesting to walk around. All right. Okay, we got huge staircases. Okay, the other question is, I need to cut that out. The other question is how we're gonna hold these ones. These ones, I think, probably we can have beams going up, and again it's gonna be too long of a beam. Oh, okay, here I don't have the right angle for this. Let's see how that looks. In that case, I think I might need to find the angle, which is that one. Nice. Now let's add 45 to that rotation. Now we are aligned. Oof, the ceiling is too high. We cannot go down. I think, yeah. This is gonna look very strange. And also these do not match. I mean, in that case, yeah, I'm just gonna wanna see how it looks. Let's make a quick test. That's a little bit too crazy. I mean, maybe some cables, like those steel cables, I think might make more sense. Yeah, this looks very strange. If we make them a little bit spread, if we spread them apart, might make more sense. That looks very weird. The player just colliding with all of it. Maybe. Oh, we cannot really spread them like that. We can move them to the sides. That's strange. That's very strange. It does need diagonals for structure. Now, we don't need to have so many of them. Do it crisscross like a bridge. Yeah, we need the diagonals on top, so it looks a little bit better. Let's try to find a little bit the center between those two. I think that's a little better. Yeah, we need this to go. I'm thinking maybe we can get the just experimenting here and see. That makes more sense. I'm making a sci-fi horror survival. Making a sci-fi horror survival game, and this is the first level. And I'm trying to see if I can release a demo. I think this kind of works even better. And I think that way we don't need the vertical ones, or maybe we do. Okay. Yeah, this area is a little bit too big. I was not expecting this area to be super big like this. Thank you. Yeah, I'm using the RPG engine template. So initially I was thinking of like making like a cool environment, like some kind of like walking simulator, but I definitely want to add some mechanics. Actually, yeah, this thing here, the textures are all stretched out. I'm going to retexture those. I think here we can probably make a copy of this. Maybe we can find connected trees, and then we can just delete the pieces that we don't need. We just want the beam. Oh wait, oops. Is that? Okay, well, I think that's part of it. So we need to attribute, generate polygroups, find quads, and then we can delete that. Okay. Just gonna change that texture a little bit. This one is no longer going to work. And we need to project TVs, box reset. Going to align this a little bit better. Something like that. Yeah, then we can go into more detail. Oh, crap. The question is, how can I get them? I want to change the pivot point so it's 0 on the red one, on the red axis, so I can push them nicely. 0 here. Aha, nice. That means that we need to put 0 here. Okay. This one is gonna be a little different. And also this one is gonna be a little different. Kind of like this. And I think this one we can just mirror on X, or is it Y? No. C? Hmm. Oh damn it! Why is the pivot point like that? Okay. Yeah, let's push this a little bit like this. Now that feels a little better. Now it feels like it might be able to hold itself. There's we need to get some of this stuff in there to make it look a little nicer. That's a little crazy. Oh my god, this room is too big. What happens? It feels a little better actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna push the ceiling a little bit down. There's no reason to have it so high up. It looks super epic with the high ceiling, but it kind of looks super epic with the high ceiling. Then we can have some beam that goes all the way here. Wow, this is crazy. This one, it could be empty inside, so we can actually walk through there. So it doesn't block. We have that intersection there, but I'm not sure. It's starting to look cool, like definitely those beams. I'm not sure about those beams. believe they need to be thicker, and they need to have also a bigger like some kind of plane like this to kind of like hold it. And in the ceiling they also need to have probably a beam that goes all the way to the center. Yeah, don't wanna add these details yet, but kinda wanna see how this will look like if we add a some cables. Those are perfect for this. These are hanging cables. I think this might look very nice. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm building this cryo chamber room. It's a little bit too crazy. It's a little bit too big. Trying to make some sense out of this structure. That's the cool thing about this. Okay. I do feel like it needs structure. I'm just gonna try adding some of this stuff. I'm making a sci-fi horror game. Basically focusing mainly on environments, trying to make like a very cool environment and see if I can make it run at least at 60. Oh, this is unfortunately this is thicker, so yeah, that's not gonna work. So yeah, the main goal of this project is to create a very high, like a very dense environment. Originally I was thinking of just like some walking simulator, but then I was like, yeah, let's just try to add some mechanics. And I found the RPG engine, and it comes with like a nice character locomotion and a bunch of other things, so I'm kind of like building on top of that. I'm making a cryo chamber room that holds these creatures. and I'm aiming for a PC demo. I think my dog wants to go out. Give me a second. But I appreciate it. Yeah, we need something up there. We need a beam that actually holds this thing. Let's just use these for now. No, it needs to be a straight beam. It could even be some structure like this. Oh, maybe this one. This might add detail. Let's see if we can add it somewhere here. Need to copy that rotation. And we can try to model this, mirror this, but we need to copy that rotation here. Plus 45. And then we can try to find the center. It really doesn't make sense, but let's see if we can make it look cool at least. If we add another piece of this in the center, it might hold a little, and then we can use this also to put some pipes in there, not structure only for the bridge, but also for pipes and cables. Then we can probably merge most of these and make the radial pattern so it goes around. But the cables and the pipes, I think I might place them separately so we can have variation. this room is gonna be the most most detailed. That makes a little bit more sense. Actually, let's just go Control B, right click asset action, select using actors using this asset, and then we can copy and go down. Somewhere here, right in the center of the X. Oh, it's not connected. Oh, I see. It gets wider. I mean thinner. Ooh, okay. Okay. I don't really wanna scale this. I don't really wanna scale it up because I'm gonna break it. It's gonna look very strange. The proper way to do this is with a mirror, but we are on an angle, so and pieces are not merged. This industrial stuff going into like a high-tech sci-fi prop, that's kind of strange. Well, but at least kind of makes a little bit more sense. These cables, I see, they need to hang from somewhere. We might need to add a something to hold these cables from. We are on an angle again. Yeah, I don't wanna mirror this thing up, but I think we can just rotate like that and kind of like push them so they look a little different. Some pipes, and I think this might look interesting. Now it just doesn't look like a skeleton, now it looks like some crazy sci-fi stuff. Alright, not bad. I was not feeling very confident at the beginning, but it kinda looks cool. The handrails are just going to like add that sweet industrial look, and that's gonna be a lot of work, to be honest. Add handrails that make sense. Oof, that's tough. Also, some kind of connection to this platform, and I need to think about the control center. Oh, we got some intersection here. Yeah, probably these tanks, I think I'm gonna make them a little, I'm gonna move them a little bit. That's a little crazy. we got a little issue with the textures here, and this is a how do you call this? I forgot a trim sheet. So we won't be able to do much with this. We might need to create a oops, got disconnected. Okay, that's kind of cool. I got different cables, but let's just copy this one more time. That's crazy. Yeah, these rusted beams, I'm wanna change them up. Maybe this might look a little bit too clean, but I think that's a little better for now. Then I will get myself a nice triplanar rusty metal. Can probably just add a layer on top of these, but kind of want to stay away from layered materials. So I might do it on in substance. Okay. starting to look pretty interesting. And we haven't had any crashes today. That's awesome. I don't know why I was crashing so much yesterday. Okay, I was like at least 50 frames per second. Wow, if I do this on every single one of these, it's gonna be too much. It's gonna be very noisy. I think we should probably try it. Let's, yeah, probably build, let's finish one module and then we can actually repeat it. I don't, we need the catwalks and the handrails and stuff like that, so then we can actually duplicate this one. Okay, let's see if we can find handrails. We got a couple of handrails. I want to use the ones that are actually attached to the sides. Okay, I think is this piece. Okay, I think it's this one. Let's get this one here. I want to get it as high as possible because these are going to be a little bit small. Oh, nice! It just goes outside the main rail. That kind of works. But it needs to actually go into this side, because we're gonna continue the rail here, so it cannot actually go that far in. I think it's gonna use this piece. There you go. Then we can figure out the handrails for this round area. Oh, okay, that's gonna be way more difficult. And then I just want to get these ones. Is this the longest? That makes sense. I think this one might fit right there. Okay, in that case, working on an angle is always tough. Edit pivot, I want to reset this one to 0. Not to 0, but to -71. So it's straight. And that's gonna just make it easier. For me to get these. That's gonna add so much detail. And also logic to the space. This is a long space. Wow. I mean, it's a very big space. I went a little bit too crazy with this room. Maybe here we can use this piece. What's the best way to bend these? No, these are not made by me. Here I'm going to use the wrap deformer. Maybe this will allow me to bend these. Not really. No, in this case we're gonna do it differently. We're gonna get this, change it here, and then we're gonna find the connection piece, because here we're going into an angle. And I think I have okay, we will need to separate a little bit here. Copy all properties, paste all properties, and here I'm just gonna make sure that this is a copy. Attributes, generate polygroups, and then we can delete this. Okay, like that. And push it somewhere here. Let's copy this and paste it here. Transform on X. Maybe 45. And now we will try to connect those two. I'm not sure if that's gonna be easy, but well, I'm making a trying to make like a sci-fi horror game. This is a research lab. It starts like a industrial energy facility, then it goes into a research lab, and it ends with this cryo chamber room where we got these creatures that these are like well, the main idea was that these are kind of like non-hostile aliens native to this planet, but humans are bioengineering them to make them into bioweapons, kind of like soldiers. So your mission is to come here and basically destroy this lab. It would be also cool to like free some of these creatures. Something like that. Okay, wanna see if I can connect these to deform, wrap. No. Yeah. Might need to do this differently by going to find quads. No. Yeah, I actually know how to do this better. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. This already has a curvature, and it's not gonna work very nice. So what we're gonna do is actually get a straight piece and bend the straight piece. Yeah, I've done this before. That's probably the best way, because if you're working on already a bent surface, like a cylinder like this is just not gonna be able to look very sweet. So if we make a copy of this and we deform, but before deforming we actually need to add some loops. Insert loop even, and we're just gonna add a bunch of little loops. It's a little buggy. Okay. And I think with this we can wrap. This nicely. So lower bound 0, so it stays straight, or is it 1? Wait, how was this? Oh, I think we need to something like this. So I'm just gonna take a little screenshot of those settings, and for this to work properly, I think we need more edge loops so it doesn't break that much. We're gonna keep one side straight and the other one, well, this is a little hard to click. I don't know why it's so buggy. Well, actually, let's just add these loops. We can take them off later. Jesus, the selection is so hard. Okay. Now if I wrap, now you're getting a nice deformation. Oops, 90 degrees, and I think this one was actually going to the other side. Now we're getting that bend. So if we push it here, awesome. Okay, now we're actually doing something. Here, rotation on check. No, we cannot rotate that. It needs to be done with the bend angle. So here we're gonna find that sweet spot where it connects. But I want this to follow this shape, which is gonna be a little tough. Because this one is starting to get that. This might be the best. This might be the best solution for now. Yeah, let's just go with this one. Slide more inside. Yeah, it's just because I think this angle, it's a little bit this will work super awesome for a kind of like straight surface, but I think that got it pretty close. Then I'm gonna try to just push this a little bit. Little funky, but you see, it's because it changes the the angle. The difficult shape right there. It's okay. Yeah, we can probably get it better. It's just that don't want to spend too much time in that. Let's see, mirror X. Okay, here we need to copy this angle. And push it somewhere around there. Now with this location, we can just snap the rest. Okay, well, this one. Oof, okay. With this location, we can paste here and push 50 units. But I do wanna make sure that it's aligned with this. That's a little closer. That means that this one is not aligned. Okay, let's see. This one here. Okay, nice. I think that's it. I'm gonna change this playlist. It's a little bit too chill. Okay, well, we got something going on. Wait. 1, 2. Damn, this is snapping to another number. Is it 50? Oh, it's 100. 1 meter right here. Oh, it's not. It's a very specific number. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna copy these ones as reference. Yeah, good thing is that this is one module, and then I can just copy this module all over the room. So I kind of want to get it as good as possible. because if I don't align this equally, it's gonna look very strange. And let's group them up so I can delete them very easily. Oh nice, okay, at least it snaps to 5. Missed a little bit. Okay. Okay, nice. Nice. Yay. Okay, wow, that's a... It's just because we are working on a very specific angle, things just get very tricky. Even mirroring just... It's complicated. This doesn't snap here. Nope, we need to kind of like just eyeball this a little bit. Okay, anyways. Yeah. The round catwalks, that's it's gonna be also very interesting. Nice. Okay, we got that one. These collisions are very, very funky. Yeah, it's actually a little bit what I had in mind. Now we can add pipes right there in the center, then underneath. I wonder if the AI enemies will be able to climb up these stairs. Need to test it out. Oof, yeah. This room is gonna be a challenge. There's too much water and glass and skeletal meshes, and there's too much. It's been a couple of months. I started making like I started working on the initially I started making like an open world, well, not an open world, but like a open environment, like an open environment. It was a desert slash swamp, so I got a lot of that saved in another version of the project. But then I decided to make an interior area and try to test all the game mechanics. Oh, the camera is very close to the character. So yeah, it's been a couple of months. This post-process volume, I wanna make it greenish. It is too blue. Yeah, let's just keep adding stuff. Let's see how far can we push this environment before it crashes. Yeah, I'm using the RPG engine, which is a template, and it has combat. We have a close range enemies. We have ranged enemies, and there's weapon modifications. There's there's a bunch of little mechanics. The combat is actually very nice. It's just that I'm definitely need to get the AI to work properly in the environment. It's been playing with the sight radius, the hearing radius, to see how And actually, let's test it out. Actually, I want to see how. I want to see if the enemies can actually go up the stairs. That's very important. It will be nice for them to be able to walk. Okay, so we're gonna get a nav mesh. Okay, now this nav mesh, let's see if we can make it. First we can probably place it in the center. And make it a little bigger. Cannot really see. In what direction I should push, but let's say something like this. I'm not sure if they will be able to walk through here. It looks a little broken. And let's try the lobster man. This might crash, so let's just save. Hey, how's it going? Why do you want my LinkedIn, dude? Oh my god, that's kind of funny. And I believe they can go up. Maybe not. Oh, getting terrible performance. Getting stuck. No, I'm asking you, like, why do you want my LinkedIn, man? Like, I've been getting that question before. I'm like actually curious, like, why do you want my LinkedIn for? Kind of like interested. Where does that come from? I think no, they won't be able to climb up unless we get like ramp collisions. It's like this other dude in the chat the other day, he was like making a bunch of questions, you know, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna answer his questions about Unreal. And then he's like, I'm making this game called I don't know what, and he's like, do you want to work on it? I'm like, bro, like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like, I don't even know you, or what your game is even about. And this guy was like, do you want to work on it? I'm like, bro, like, okay, they can go up those stairs, that's nice. That was probably the weirdest thing that happened to me while streaming. um and then he's like, oh, you don't want to help me? And I'm like, bro, like, you can clearly see I'm working on my own project, and if you had a budget to hire somebody, you probably will be looking for somebody in ArtStation, not on a random stream. So that was strange. Yeah, um, yeah, I'm not sure if I if I want to share my LinkedIn. Let's see. Um, the the AI is not able to climb up the stairs. Yeah, the thing is that yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not like really sure, like um if having connections on LinkedIn influence the possibility of getting a job. I'm not really sure. Like, I kind of like, it's a difficult topic. I'm not sure how to make this AI not get stuck in there, because this has like ramp collisions. But yeah, if you want my LinkedIn, like, you can send me a message in Discord, and I can give it to you. Just don't wanna put it here in the chat. That's strange. Yeah, we might need to have some different kind of collision. Yeah, the thing is that, like, it's very weird. Like, I'm not I don't want to discourage anybody or anything like that, but getting a job in 3D is very hard. Like, all my jobs have been like short contracts. I think my longest 3D job was like an 8-month contract. So it's very tough. Like, I have friends who work like in big studios, and they have like a lot of connections, but it's not, it really doesn't um I don't know, it doesn't really do much, because usually people hire people that they already know, and probably the most stable job that I had in 3D, for a publicity agency, they just messaged me through ArtStation, in like out of the blue, like they just messaged me, because some people from my university worked in that company, and my graduation project was made in Unreal, and they were looking for Unreal 3D artists, and there's not many here in Costa Rica for some reason. And yeah, I just got a message out of the blue. I thought it was a scam, to be honest. At the beginning I was like, no, this is just a scam. And I responded, and they're like, hey, can we interview you? So they set up a time, and we got into a Teams meeting, and it actually was legit, and I was like, oh wow. And yeah, I worked for them a couple of times. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get a job. To be honest, my best advice is to just apply to as many positions as you can. But you need to have like a very specific portfolio, like a very specific portfolio. Like you cannot just apply to a character artist position if you're gonna have environments in your portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to have a very very specific portfolio for what you are going to apply. Zero. I'm not a coder by any chance. I know very very basic blueprints. But besides that, no, I don't know. I don't know coding at all. Do this? Let's see if they actually go into the water. Okay, they go down these stairs. Nope, they don't want to go in here. Maybe the nav mesh is it ends right there. Yeah, I mean, I just I need to be very honest. It's I mean, I wouldn't let my kids go into any creative field, to be honest. Like, it's just not stable. Like, yeah, I I think there is a lot you can make um, as an independent artist, but you need to kind of like you need to have some budget, some savings to to do something like like an indie game or start something like that, because there are like there are ways you can go independent. You can like create assets. You can be a freelancer. There are ways, there are ways. But the ideal 9 to 5 working for a big studio, it is just not an easy path. And even though like if you get into a studio, it is a job like any other job, so why not just get a job that pays better, right? And it's not so stressful and unstable. It's yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice when you get a creative job that you enjoy and it pays well. It's very nice. But then it's always the same thing, like that it's a short contract, and yeah, getting a full-time position, it's tough. That's what I'm excited about AI, and see um, and like just technology getting better, because this will allow like smaller teams to create things, so you won't depend on somebody else, and that's the cool thing about it. um, Making something independent, I think that's the best thing, because at the end of the day, like yeah, um, it's just very unstable. Yeah, this is personal. Yeah, I'm working on a small game. Okay. Yeah, that AI. Well, we don't really need the AI to climb the stairs. We can have. It will be nice, because like what happens if you go up the stairs and they don't follow you? That's kind of that's kind of not so cool. Yeah, to be honest, like I should probably avoid these topics on stream. I don't really like talking about work, or uh, you know the profession side of things of 3D. Not a very enjoyable topic, to be honest. Let's get this one here. That's very hard to tell, to be super honest. Oh, let me go check. Maybe my own game. Yeah, knowing how much time it's gonna take you to finish a project is very difficult. Um, because it's super easy to get distracted, especially when you're working alone. It's very easy to get distracted, like, oh, I want to add this or do that. And so yeah, my goal is to finish this environment to a very like nice level of detail, and then just use the mechanics that I have and see if I can come up with something fun. Release a demo, get feedback, implement the feedback, and see if I can come up with a fun gameplay loop. And yeah, basically. No, it's okay. Like, I have a Discord. Like, you can ask me those things. It's just that yeah, it's um it's like I don't want to demotivate you, because I mean, I have friends who have very good jobs in 3D. Like, I have friends who are making like a great living in 3D, but it's not easy. It's not stable, and I just need to be honest, with that. I don't want to sell the dream. Yeah, it's on the description of the video. I believe the link is working. I got a couple of bunnies, and they had like little bunnies. So we got little bunnies running around the backyard. Oh, getting very bad performance. It looks so yellowish, this aim. Not really sure how can I change that material. It's a little complex. I was trying to change it up, and there's like this white filter that I cannot get rid of. I think it might be a post-process material that happens through the thing. Once you work on yourself up with your hobby, all you will come to you, trust me. I randomly joined because of one video. I can suggest people to build something up and don't try hard to get a job. Maybe try to get a job outside of 3D and work on 3D as a hobby. That's my advice. Yeah, if you can get yourself a stable job, like in something, like for example, I have this friend who studied 3D with me in university, and he works in Amazon, which most people will say like, oh, okay, damn, Amazon is such a boring job. But he started like doing the call center thing, then he went up and up and up. Now he's some kind of manager, and he's like earning very well, and just his job is very chill, like very chill, and he still does 3D as a hobby. So it's very cool because he tells me that it's not a stressful job, but he knows that it pays the bills, it's stable, and that's the thing. Now, with all the tools that we have and AI coming up very strong, I think yeah, smaller and smaller teams will be able to do very cool things, and I think that's the way. Now indie games are just going crazy. Like, well, it's kind of funny to, because there are multiple types of indie games. Because like, not all indie games are like small budget games, but it's kind of interesting to see what like just small teams can do, or even individuals can do. So it's very motivating to build something of your own. The link is invalid. Yeah, let me check that. Let me check that out. It keeps, yeah, I had this Discord link to be permanent, but for some reason it stopped working. Let's see. Oh, it did change today. Yep. That's funny. Okay, let me get it on the description. Okay, nice. We got it there. Nice. I'll try to get the permanent link as well. In 2012, I worked in a supermarket and I was selling food with my team and learned 3D modeling on Unreal Engine until now, and somehow I became self-employed because of the community that supports me. 2022 was a successful year, so it took me 10 years to work on myself up here. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of things you can do as an independent artist. It's very cool. Like, very cool what like independent creators are doing. Oof, we are getting very bad performance. I think it's because the local fog and these other particles that I have. Sometimes just closing the engine and opening it back up, it kind of like frees up some memory. Okay, now it got a little better. I appreciate it. Yeah, the most important thing is to have fun. Like if you're not having fun with it, it's definitely things get very very rough. The most important thing is to have fun. What could it be? I believe the glass and water material. It's probably messing up. Okay, oof. Yeah, I'm thinking about the enemies. I um don't want to make it like a zombie hordes, like a bunch of them just coming together. Kind of want to make them a little bit harder and more difficult, so you kind of like take your time for in each encounter. Okay, we can probably add structure to the main dome here. These catwalks need some structure as well. Can probably get more of these. First we're gonna get the handrails. Oh my god, handrails. So much work. And pipes. Yeah, let's get some pipes in here. That will be nice. This whole thing here, this bridge is gonna be one module. And I should probably do the same for this one here. Just want to see everything is unloaded. We just have these. This is gonna be probably the heaviest. This is probably gonna be the heaviest level I ever made, like the most dense level in geometry. Okay, these are the ones. We got these more like kind of like more industrial ones, and then we have the we can add like more of the more sci-fi. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wanna see if I can bring it to like a very high level of detail. Well, I'm gonna probably finish all the like traversable areas, like all the meshes that the character can walk on or interact with, all the cover meshes, and the idea is to jump into actually like, you know, putting the enemies and making sure everything works, like the gameplay side of things. Because I mean, I can spend forever just making the environment, and I also like, this is the part that I most enjoy, so I need to, I think I gave myself until Friday to get this environment as nice as possible, and then just focus on actually adding enemies and seeing like how can I implement the different mechanics that I have in the template, and see if I can come up with something interesting. Copy all properties, paste all properties. Yeah, it's it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I wanna see if I can make an environment that looks as detailed as the Forever Winter environments. Yeah, I think these are instances. Here we are using the same static mesh. These are all calling the same static mesh. Not sure if there's another way of using instances. There's this plugin called BDM tools, something like that, and it helps making instances as well, but I'm not sure how much that helps. One friend was talking about that one. Yeah, I'm trying to reuse as many models as possible. I mean, the same static mesh over and over. Nah, we don't need that one here. So nice. Pipes are always super cool. Yeah, I think it's a trim sheet for all the pipes. I think these pipes are very nice. Not all the props that I'm using are super optimized. For example, these high sci-fi props, they use a lot of decals and opacity masks and stuff like that. I think those are kind of heavy. That's probably what's causing most of the performance issues. I'm gonna check it with the material complexity and the optimization tools and stuff. Oh, what? These are not connected. I think this is a pipe that I made. It's okay. Cause it's it's a little bit too long compared to the other ones. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe I might kind of want to like add these trigger boxes where you're walking and, you know, creatures fall from the ceiling or appear from nowhere, instead of just roaming around. I think it would be cool to make them like just spawn. And also I have all this biomass stuff. So here's where like the breakout start. Like these creatures came out of the cryo chambers. And I want to add this kind of like alien stuff in the walls. A little bit what I've been doing in the previous rooms. Yeah, the pipe is it's not connecting properly, but I think I'm gonna duplicate this static mesh, modify it a little bit, and change all the others so it matches a little better. This might be a custom piece I made for another part. Also here the connection. Could be nice to add like another piece here so it connects a little better. Can probably make a group of these. Thank you. Getting super hungry. It's 2 p.m. I think it's time to go get some food. Right here. We can get the connection better because that's just intersecting right there very heavily. Quality. Yeah, quality. Quantity doesn't matter at all. At all. Like, you can get a job with one single portfolio piece. It's not about quantity. Quantity doesn't really matter if there's no quality. It's better to have one single piece. Okay, that's not intersecting. Yeah, it's all about quality. And also about this is probably the biggest problem that I've seen with 3D artists when they apply for a job. You need to have a specific portfolio, like if you're gonna apply for a character, I mean for a prop, like how do you say, prop artist, you need to have props in there, and you need to show the process, how you made it, how you model it, the topology, how you texture it. Like, you know, the more open you can be with the process and show like step by step how you got there, it's the best. And it needs to be it needs to be like properly rendered and like presentable. So it also has to have some kind of like graphic design principles. Like, if you're gonna add text in it, like make it readable, and presentation is another big thing. Like in my university, they really really talked about presentation, like, because you can, like in my university there was an other disciplines. There was fashion design, there was photography, there was architecture, and the way they presented their projects was very impressive. Maybe the project is not the strongest and stuff, but the way they presented it just made it look so much nicer. So that's also important. That's also very important, the presentation side of things. But yeah, for example, yeah, character art is one of probably the toughest things to get into. There's like too much competition, and the quality bar for character artists is very high. Like, it is tough. It is tough. Probably one of the most accessible is a prop artist. You need to basically model correctly, and texture and light. You know, the principle, the basics, which is not easy by any means, right? To like model stuff properly. And if it's always very important to show reference. Like, what reference are you using? What's your process? How are you gathering the reference? what are you making with the reference. And again, like your portfolio needs to be very specific. Like if you're applying for a realistic studio, you need to have like realistic props, and don't show them anything that is not that. You need to show them exactly what you're going to be making in the job. The same goes with stylized things, right? Like if you're gonna apply for a stylized 3D modeling job, you need to show them stylized 3D models. It's very common for artists to just like put everything they've done in one portfolio, kind of like poop, and send it, and it is not very, it's not a very good idea to do that. I actually got my first job with a single environment. It was a single environment, and now that I look at it, I was like, well, that's actually not that great. But it was exactly the style and exactly the thing that I was going to be hired for. So it kind of just matched like a ring in a finger, just matched perfectly. So I was very lucky because I was like, I like what this indie studio is doing. Like I want to show them what I did for my graduation project, and it worked out. Also, I think they told me that they really liked the email that I sent. I actually researched their studio and their project, and I was like, hey, I really like what you're doing here. I like this and this genre, and I like what you done this and here and there. And they kind of like responded to me because they saw that I had some interest, because like people also send like a bunch of they apply everywhere, and it's nice when you can send an email directly and be a little bit more expressive. This is too symmetrical. I'm not really liking these pipes on both sides. I think I'm gonna add some pipe variation so it goes down a little. Yeah, this is too straight, too boring. Hey Ninja, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing this crazy room. This is gonna be the final room of this level. It's gonna be like the cryo chamber room, and I'm just really packing some detail here. We got some water here as well. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Not sure if this is gonna run properly, so I'm gonna have this in its own data layer. But yeah, we are getting close to the final room. I'm gonna give myself until Friday, I think, just to try to push this environment, and then I will just work on the enemies and try to, implement as I appreciate it. I will implement as much as possible, as many mechanics from the template that I got as possible, and see if I can come up with something interesting. Yeah, here I want to break this straight line because it's getting a little bit too repetitive. Okay, that's not snapping very well in there. I'm gonna get this one, I think. We have till Friday at 3 p.m. to for our game to. We are getting very close though. Nice. So I was going to ask you that that Steam code you sent me. It's working, or it's going to be available on Friday, because I haven't tested it, or it's just an early build. Game jams are super cool. Very nice way to nice. But I bet like there's you're still working on it, so like yeah, probably I will check it on Friday to see like the how do you say forgot the word the final version of the jam. Yeah, I've been following this YouTuber who makes like a scary game videos. Some of the games he plays are like they're like they're more funny than scary. Oh, this pipe is a little bit off. What? Are you serious? Oh, okay, we got a scale. I don't know why it's scaled. Huh. Nice. That's awesome. It's cool that you guys are uploading that to Steam. In this case, I'm going to just modify this one. Yeah, I think let's get this pipe going, and I'm gonna go have some food. Pretty hungry. Hey, pushing this room. It's been too much. Been adding too much detail lately. I like those little variations in the pipe, so it's not a straight line. I'm gonna add more here and there. This room, wow, it's gonna be very detailed. I'm very excited about this room. I mean, it's just gonna be a optimization challenge, a lighting challenge. It gets a little stuck at the beginning, and then it runs a little better, like at 30. Okay, now it's running a little better. Collisions here need to be a little smoother so we don't get that stir thing. Oh, what is this pipe doing there? Yeah, this this bridge that I made here, I was like, oh, that looks very weird. But then I started adding a couple more things and kind of like starts to make more sense now. So that's gonna be one module, and that module is gonna get repeated all over this circle, this area. So it's gonna be very very noisy, I think. Oh crap, no. I think that after mantling, okay, yeah, we got a little camera bug. I think yeah, I need to do a couple fixes. I already got the instructions for that, how to get this mantling to, when you mantle over an angle that is not straight, the camera kind of freaks out. So but there's a fix for that. Wow, it's getting there, yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have the creatures, the enemies just patrolling around. I think I'm gonna just have trigger boxes. I think random trigger boxes placed around the level, so when you walk in those trigger boxes, the creatures just spawn from the ceiling. They come out of like the corner or something. I think that since I'm trying to make like a, oh my god, we got some crazy drop. Yeah, I'm gonna reset the engine to see if we get a little better performance. Usually when you reset the engine, it frees memory and it runs a little better. Just gonna have a bunch of cables like everywhere. That's gonna be so nice. Sparks and steam coming up, bubbles in the this cryo chamber, and I think I might need to make this skeletal mesh a static mesh and just animate it with vertex animation, so we don't have a skeleton, right? So there's no need for a skeletal mesh, just vertex animation, like foliage kind of thing. I think that might work to get like this kind of like movement of they're swimming. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's gonna look a little funky. Yeah, worst case scenario, I think I might just animate very simple animation of like an idle kind of like underwater. Oof. Yeah, the problem with this room is that we got water and glass and too much of it. And toxic bubbles and stuff like that. It is too much stuff. we got some crazy refraction going through the glass. Which looks kind of cool, like, you know, those lab scenes in movies where the glass just distorts the whole image. Looks kind of cool. Wow, this room is going to be crazy. Like, wow, this is the most probably detailed room in the whole level. It might be too much, too noisy when I actually get this duplicated all over. I might not have it everywhere. I might just have like 3 of them. But I need to see. I need to see how it looks. There is some intersection here. Whenever I pull the weapon out and I aim, especially with the scope, it gets a little buggy. I mean, it drops frames. I'm wondering if that scope works with a post-process material, because I was working on the material of the scope and I couldn't get like the milkiness. It looks very milky instead of transparent, and I believe it goes through a post-process. Because I made it totally transparent and I still was getting like a whitish look. Ooh, okay. He's like, what's going on? Yeah, I think I don't want to have the enemies patrolling. I mean, the guards in the entrance make sense to have them patrolling, but these creatures, kind of want to make them just spawn. First, it's gonna be way more scary, and second, I think it's gonna work way better, because making them patrol and actually work properly, it's a little bit more difficult. Also, for performance considerations, not having them spawned all at once is gonna help. So I think that's probably the way. Yeah, we're gonna get more variations like this. The pipes. Maybe the yellow is too much. Maybe I will make them rusted. So this room is kind of cool, because I'm mixing like these super high-tech sci-fi props, like this like space futuristic, with like more industrial props. So it's a nice mix. Need to find that nice balance. That's cool. Okay. I mean, if I make this run at 60, that'll be amazing. But okay, I think I'm gonna take a break, go have some food. Continue with this. in a little bit. Alright, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Take care, everybody.